Order, order. Irene Campbell to move the motion.
I beg to move that this House has considered E-petition 707189 relating to the rules on public donations. It is a pleasure to serve under your chairship, Ms Harris. First, I would like to begin my speech by thanking Mr Jeremy Stone, who is here today, for starting this petition, and to congratulate him on gathering over 140,000 signatures, which is a fantastic feat. This petition, called Tighten the Rules on Political Donations, states, we want the government to remove loopholes that allow wealthy foreign individuals to make donations into UK political parties by funnelling through UK registered companies, cap all donations to a reasonable amount, and review limits on the fines that can be levied for breaking the rules. We think that ultra-rich individuals or foreign state actors should not be able to use their money to give unfair advantage to a political party in order to further their own agenda. I think this is a principle that all of us here will agree with, that foreign interference through donations has no place in British elections or politics, and that democracy cannot be for sale. I would like to declare an interest. I am a member of Unite, and I have received donations from both Unite the Union and the Communications Workers Union, the full details of which are freely available on my MP profile on the UK Parliament website. Functions like this mean that we as MPs can be constantly transparent and honest to our constituents about where money is flowing in politics. As a member of a political party, I am very aware how much political parties rely on donations. However, donations can become concerning when their origin is unclear, and the public cannot be sure whether there may have been some foreign interference or any other suspicious dealings which have slipped through the cracks of the rules. About a month ago, my right honourable friend, the member for South Dorset, introduced a similar debate on political finance rules, which covered a lot of the points that I'm sure will be mentioned again today. Similarly, he began by declaring his interest of being a member of a political party, a sentiment that many others here will echo. He used his speech to highlight Transparency International research on questionable sources of donations. In particular, the group found that almost £1 in £10 reported by political parties and their members since 2001 has come from unknown or questionable sources. Additionally, £13 million comes from donors who are alleged or proven to be intermediaries for foreign funds or hidden sources. £10.9 million comes from companies who have not made sufficient profits to support the political contributions they have made, and £4.6 million comes from foreign governments, parliaments and regime-linked groups. Reported donations from private sources are growing, from £30.6 million in 2001 to £85 million in 2023. This is unsurprising, seeing that in this period, former governments increased campaign spending limits by 45% to be in line with inflation, meaning the larger parties' de facto fundraising target rose to around £100 million in the major election years. The previous government also increased the threshold for reporting donations by a 50% increase in 2023, thus demonstrating how complex this system is. Alongside this, the Elections Act 2022 also constrained the independence of the Electoral Commission and banned it from prosecuting criminal offences under electoral law. Furthermore, the Electoral Commission said the UK government does not consider this to be an area of work we should undertake, and considered it to duplicate the work of the Crown Prosecution Service and Public Prosecution Service Northern Ireland. And ministers can now even set the Electoral Commission's strategy and policy priorities through their own strategy and policy statements. Transparency International called this inconsistent with international good practice, unnecessary and compromising the Commission's independence. Yes, I will.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. She's making a very good speech indeed. I wonder if I might just, with the Member's permission, broaden the concept of a political donation, because in many ways it's not always quite as simple as a cheque hitting a given political party's bank account. And for whatever one thought of him, and he was a great man in Scottish politics and he's no longer with us, it is a fact that Alex Salmond, for a number of years, hosted a show in his own name on RT, Russian television, in which he did on a regular basis put forward views that were not always perhaps particularly helpful to the concept of the United Kingdom. That seems to me to be a subtle way of foreign governments influencing decisions and trying to interfere.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I do agree with what you've raised. So at the time of the Elections Act 2022, the House of Commons Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, whose corresponding department was responsible for introducing this Act, also came to the conclusion that there was no need for the statement and no evidence to justify its introduction. The recent backbench debate on political finance rules also mentioned some case studies and evidence in previous elections of overseas donations. For example, the 2020 report from the Intelligence and Security Committee found that Russian oligarchs had used their business interests, donations to charities and political parties to influence UK affairs. Absolutely.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. She's making an excellent speech. Of course, she's talking just now about the considerable parliamentary interest in this issue. We know that there's considerable interest amongst the public because of the number of signatures which were provided to Mr Stone's petition. But is she also aware that survey evidence has indicated that over 3/4 of people who've been surveyed do not want to have a situation where foreign nationals who aren't registered to vote here can actually donate to political parties here? As a result, does she agree with me that we need to see legislative change?
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend that we absolutely do need to see change, and that was points very well raised. So the recent backbench debate on political finance rules also mentioned some case studies and evidence in previous elections of overseas donations. Sorry, I've just read that part, so sorry. So more recently, as people will be very much aware, Elon Musk proposed to donate a large sum to Reform UK, and while he could not make a personal donation, there are ways that he would possibly be able to get around the rules, which I shall go on to describe. The current rules about donations to political parties are defined in the Political Parties, Elections and Referendums Act 2000, which itself is based on the 1998 report by the Committee on Standards in Public Life, the funding of political parties in the United Kingdom. And I think a lot of what I've said already demonstrates how complex this actual area is. So it summarised the purpose of these rules by saying what happens here is the concern of those who live and work here, and the political parties should not be entitled to fill their coffers with donations from abroad made by persons and corporations who have no genuine stake in the country. So more recently, the electoral rules were changed in the Elections Act of 2022, which, for example, removed the 15-year limit on the right of British citizens living overseas to vote in UK parliamentary elections. And so British citizens living abroad can register on the electoral roll and donate to political parties with no time limit. So to be clear, under our current UK electoral law, foreign donations are banned as they are not a permissible source. Permissible sources are individuals in the UK electoral register, UK registered companies, trade unions, unincorporated associations and limited liability partnerships, or LLPs. It is also worth noting that under these rules, parties can accept donations or loans with no upper limit as long as they come from one of these permissible sources. Donations themselves are defined as money, goods or services given to a party without charge or on non-commercial terms with a value of over £500. It's worth noting, though, that there are additional rules around the thresholds for party headquarters and their local accounting, which I will not go into in any detail because it's not straightforward. And there are ways for foreign individuals to get around these rules. For example, a multinational corporation owned by a foreign national could legally donate to UK political parties. Additionally, unincorporated associations, which are permissible donors, do not have to conduct permissibility checks on their own donors, leading to a lack of transparency in their donations. Yes, I will.
Thank the member for giving way. She made an interesting point about the role of companies in this, and she specifically referred to Reform UK. Will she join me in putting on the record that Reform UK is not a political party, as are most of us, but in fact a limited company registered at Companies House, of whom the primary shareholder is the member for Clacton, and that where necessary any change to legislation needs to incorporate that risk factor?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and yes, I do fully agree with the statement that you've just made. So the Electoral Commission, the independent regulator for the rules, has said that this means that they could legitimately make donations using funding from otherwise impermissible sources, including from overseas. There are variable monetary penalties from the Electoral Commission for breaking the rules, which are outlined in the Political Parties, Elections and Referendums Act. These can be between £250 and £20,000, depending on the severity of the breach, which is another area that this petition seeks to address. There are many electoral reform recommendations from independent bodies which address some of the concerns in this petition. In relation to fines for breaking the rules, the Committee on Standards in Public Life report for 2021 recommended reviewing the maximum fines that can be issued for breaking electoral rules, saying the maximum fine the Electoral Commission may impose should be increased to 4% of a campaign's total spend or £500,000, whichever is higher. And the Electoral Commission also supports this, as they said in 2020, that the Scottish Parliament recently raised the maximum fine to £500,000 for Scottish referendums, and we believe this would be a reasonable benchmark for the maximum fine in relation to other parts of the UK's political finance regulations. So additionally, the Committee on Standards in Public Life recommends that political parties should introduce caps on donations, as they said that a cap of £10,000 should be placed on donations to a political party or regulated donee from any individual or organisation in any year. Obviously, that's their view. Similarly, Australia's new Electoral Reform Act has imposed caps on political donations and electoral expenditure after recent elections where a multimillionaire donated 117 million Australian dollars to a political party. So both groups have also addressed the loopholes which allow possible donations from foreign parties. In particular, the Electoral Commission said last year that parties and campaigners should only accept donations from companies that have made enough money in the UK to fund their donation. So, yes, I will give way.
There was a report of the Intelligence Scrutiny Committee here in Parliament 2020 that found several members of the Russian elite who are closely linked to Vladimir Putin identified as being involved with charitable and or political organisations UK and having donated to political parties. I think it's really important we close these loopholes so we're not at risk of Russian interference.
Yeah, I agree with my right honourable friend. So to further close loopholes that allow foreign interference, they also added that the government should legislate to ban foreign organisations or individuals from buying campaign advertising in the UK. So as public office holders, we are all beholden to the 7 principles of public life, also known as the Nolan Principles. These include selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. And for us to dedicate ourselves to these principles, we must ensure there is no question about the transparency and lawfulness of the donations that we receive. Any rules regarding electoral donations must reflect and represent these principles that we hold dear. The Labour Manifesto has promised to protect democracy by strengthening the rules on donations, and in December the Prime Minister's spokesman confirmed the government is committed to strengthening the rules around donations to political parties. And he further said that regarding the commitment to reviewing the rules on political donations, there would be a relevant update in due course. In her response to the debate in March, the Minister agreed that foreign money has no place in the UK electoral system and that the current rules do not provide strong safeguards. She also made clear the crucial role that the Electoral Commission has and the possibility that their roles and responsibilities may change. There is much evidence and many policy interventions to be considered before the government's approach to electoral reform is published. However, it is imperative that now is the time for robust legislation that works. So I'm looking forward to hearing the Minister's response, as well as so many honourable members from both sides of the House.
I remind members that they should bob if they wish to speak, and they need to have been here at the beginning of the debate in order to speak. Interventions, should you take them, are meant to be just that. Short interventions relevant to the points that's being made. And can I just point out to members, if you are mentioning a current member of the House by constituency, you need to have informed them beforehand formally so that they know that they've been mentioned. The question is that this House has considered E-petition 707189 relating to the rules for political donations. I call Jamie Stone, Chair of the Petitions Committee.
I don't want to say much more other than what my intervention earlier. To say that I think that it's a very dangerous principle, because I have people say to me in the street, well, you know, it's getting like America. You can buy political results, you can buy politicians, you can buy policies. And that strikes me as something fundamentally dangerous. We call ourselves the mother of parliaments. I think we pride ourselves on the way we do democracy in this country. And every time that's said to me, I feel that another little brick has been taken out of the edifice of what we do. And I absolutely, I myself, the Chairman of the Bishop, would like to thank the petitioner for bringing forward this petition, because I think it does speak for what an awful lot of people out there think. And the very fact that, that this committee, that I have the honour to chair, gets the honour of a government reply each time we have a petitions debate, strikes me as being a very good thing indeed. I will rest my comments at that, other than to say that, going back to my intervention, that there are more subtle ways of influencing politics in any country other than just a cheque or cash in the bank, and we need to be constantly vigilant. Thank you, Mr. Hatch.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
I thank my honourable friend, the member for North Ayrshire and Arran, for leading on the debate. The Labour manifesto pledged to protect democracy by strengthening the rules around donations to political parties, and I'm pleased that these important proposals are being developed. The current debate and the recommendations of the Committee on Standards in Public Life in 2021 focused on foreign money entering the UK via companies and unincorporated associations. But I would urge my government, when they develop their proposals, to go further than this. In 2009, Lord Campbell-Savers of Allerdale, who also happens to be my father, was involved in the tortuous debates that took place in the other place before the passing of the Political Parties and Elections Act 2009. Working with other members, they secured an amendment to the government's proposals. The amendment secured an agreement that individuals giving or loaning more than £7,500 to a political party must be resident or ordinarily resident and domiciled in the UK for the tax year in which the relevant donation or loan is made. The bill and this amendment was later given royal assent. But that clause, as in many pieces of primary legislation, was subject to the development of commencement regulations. At the time, the Minister of State envisaged that secondary legislation would be completed not long after the summer of 2010. A general election interrupted that process. But primary legislation is still in place, ready to be enacted. A quick win, you might say. The Conservatives expanded the number of foreign residents eligible to donate, as has already been said, that could fund political parties in our country enormously by removing the 15-year limit on British citizens overseas being able to vote and donate to a political party. So now up to 3.5 million overseas residents could influence elections. I'm going to take on the baton handed to me by my father and his colleagues in the other place, some of whom are no longer with us, and urge MHCLG and the Electoral Commission to take on the task of drafting the secondary legislation required to ensure that overseas residents who do not pay tax in this country do not continue to be allowed to influence the outcome of elections with their money. Oh, yes, but by all means.
Giving way. The honourable member may not be aware that nearly $20,000 was donated to Sinn Féin's 2017 Assembly election campaign from the United States, representing nearly one-third of Sinn Féin's spending in that election. Those who have been so exercised about political donations here have often done nothing to close the loophole which allows huge amounts of foreign money to influence politics in Northern Ireland. Does the honourable member agree nowhere else would it happen in the world but paying the bills of a foreign political party? Yet that's what seems to happen when Sinn Féin. Does the member not agree that this loophole must close, and it should close very quickly?
Campbell-Savers.
The honourable member is quite right. I was unaware of that. Under the rules, as proposed by the amendment that was made into law, these people would still be able to vote. They could even stand for election. Arguably, this would be legitimate participation, but they would not be able to spend money to disproportionately influence the outcome of elections in a country which they do not pay tax. Who runs this place should be a matter decided by those who live and pay their way here. It is they who live with the consequences of those electoral outcomes. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honour to serve under your chairship. Conservative Friends of Russia, later renamed the Westminster Russia Forum, was founded in 2012 as a lobby group, posing as a think tank with absolutely no research published. It was founded at the Russian Embassy in London by, amongst others, Vladimir Putin's man in London, Sergei Nalobin, and Matthew Elliott, chief exec of the official Vote Leave campaign. The opening was attended by Boris Johnson and his wife, Carrie. To date, the public has never had access to the group's activities or fundraising records, but through this group, Putin's regime had access to Conservative MPs, and according to one of Britain's top spies, Kremlin money changed hands to influence the Brexit campaign. We know that the member for Clacton, who I will shortly be emailing, then leader of UKIP, met with the former Russian ambassador to London, Alexander Yakovenko, which the member for Clacton initially denied. We know that Aaron Banks, who donated millions to the Leave campaign, met with the Russian ambassador at least 3 times. We know that the event's organisers for the forum were largely London-based businesses, but with interest in Russia, and that at its peak, events drew 170 attendees. We also know that the Conservative Party took millions of pounds in donations from Russian oligarchs and accepted such donations at least as recently as March 2022. After Russia's full invasion of Ukraine and several years after its occupation of the Donbass and Crimean Peninsula. The Westminster Russia Forum was disbanded shortly after the full invasion. And I consider it a matter of public interest that the full extent of this group's activities and fundraising is published unredacted. The Liberal Democrats further call for the full, unredacted release of the Russia report to pierce the veil of Russian secrecy influence in UK politics. We call for greater independence for the Intelligence and Security Committee to investigate Russian interference. The Conservative Party declined to do so, and it's easy to imagine why. No longer should the PM have control over its membership, nor the authority to prevent publication of its reports, as did Boris Johnson with the Russia report. This is both a matter of national security and of public confidence in our politics. Thank you.
I think I made myself clear. If you're going to mention a member, you need to do it before you mention them, not after, to give that member an opportunity to turn up if they so wish to do so. So I would suggest you do that as a matter of urgency and apologise for not informing him before you mentioned. Emily Darlington.
Here.
It's a pleasure to serve under your chairwomanship. I would like, for the interest of transparency, to declare that I have received absolutely no donations from business, but I have received donations from UK citizens, including via the trade union GMB, of which I'm a member, and through fundraising dinners and quizzes in my constituency, which you're always welcome to attend. I'd like to thank Mr. Stone for bringing this petition and starting it and having such great success in raising this issue with the public right across the country. We can't be complacent in protecting our democratic rights, and we have to take heed in terms of what has happened elsewhere. When the US relaxed funding laws, it changed the course of how much those election costs. In 1990, the average cost of a successful campaign to the House of Representatives was $981,000, and a successful Senate race cost an average of $9.3 million. In 2022, once the relaxation of the political donations legislation happened, the average cost of a successful campaign to the House of Representatives was $3 million US, and the average cost of a successful Senate campaign was $28.5 million US. We can't afford to let that happen within the UK. Standing for this place is both an honour and a privilege, but it's not an honour and a privilege only for those that can afford it or have rich friends. It's an honour and a privilege for us come from all walks of life. And one of the big loopholes that I perceive within our current campaign finance rules that I hope the Minister will be looking at in fulfilling the campaign pledge in our manifesto to clean up public donations, political donations, is the rules outside the long campaign and the short campaign in terms of political party spending. And while we have rules for the short campaign, which are adhered to in those final few weeks, what we don't have is a consistent set of rules that happens in the 55 other months of the year where political parties of any sort are campaigning throughout that year. Particularly as we've seen the rise of online spend, which is much more difficult to track, much more difficult to understand, and also how, as my honourable member previously had said, there are ways of supporting political parties that are not always about straight donations, but can be done through algorithms and other online activity. I would also like to make it clear that we've had, and I'm not going to mention any particular member, but I am going to mention the behaviour of two parties when it comes to donations that they have received. When we have people with backgrounds that are very much linked to tax havens, like billionaire property developer Nick Candy, who is one of the main fundraisers for the Reform Party. He is also a link between the Reform Party and Trump and Elon Musk. And he was very clear when he told the New York Times, we're going to have fundraisers all over the world, in every part of the world where there are British nationals, not necessarily British taxpayers. We will have fundraisers in the US and in Monaco, and we'll have huge fundraisers in the UAE where we have an expat community who are unhappy with the amount of regulation and tax in the UK. To be clear, he is the UK Treasurer for the Reform Party. We need to close that loophole where, as my honourable friend said earlier, where if you are not a UK taxpayer, you should not be funding a political party in order to create your outcomes around regulation and tax. There are other examples I could point to, and I'm sure many will, but I also wanted to just... Yes?
I'm sure my friend knows the Carlton Club, which is a private an unincorporated association with close links to the Conservative Party. They received over £200,000 of donations from companies run by wealthy Swiss, German and Russian nationals. Over the same period, the Carlton Club since 2020 has donated £212,000 to the Conservative Party. Do we not need to remove this ability, utilising unincorporated associations to wash money that would otherwise not be able to be donated?
That is a very good foray into my last point, and I should have sat down when he was speaking, and I apologise, Madam Chairwoman. That was wrong of me. But what I would say is you're absolutely right. When we have unincorporated companies or LLCs that are not transparent with where their money is coming from. And I do have to ask why businesses are the ones giving money in the first place. I always think, what is the reward? I understand it better when it's coming from a trade union where you're representing millions of workers. So you are a way of pulling together donations from which they are asked if they want to donate. They are absolutely asked with the current legislation whether they're happy to make political donations, have any of their dues go through that. Those are individuals who work, pay tax here in this country. But when there is a lack of transparency, when the public cannot see how much money that company is making and how much money it is then donating, and I understand the Carlton Club may fit into that. I have to say I've never been there, but I hear it's pretty lavish and understanding. This is the final loophole I would ask the Minister to consider. I'll leave my comments there because I know there are many colleagues on this side who want to, on all sides, who want to make further comments. But I'd ask the Minister to consider my points and take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Harris. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship, and I thank my friend, the member for North Ayrshire and Arran, for leading this important debate. And I rise to speak in this debate on behalf of the 177 people in Bolton West who signed the petition we are discussing today. Now, before coming to this place, I dedicated more than a decade of my career to tackling bribery and corruption in all its forms across the UK, India, the UAE. and the US. So I have a professional imperative to speak out on cleaning up our politics, as well as a moral one. And that's why I've been campaigning on this issue week in, week out since I was elected to this place in July of last year. And I was pleased to attend the launch of Transparency International's Checks and Balances report in the autumn of last year, along with the anti-corruption champion Baroness Margaret Hodge. Now, having poured through the petition data in granular detail, this is one of the rare issues that cuts across north and south, blue and red, urban and rural. We all want our politics to be clean and fair so it can deliver the very best outcomes for our constituents. That, for me, is the heart of the issue we are discussing today. And our democracy relies heavily on donations to provide funding for parties and candidates to engage with the electorate. However, recent scandals across all major parties involving donations being linked to criminal, unknown or potentially malign foreign sources have led to some of the lowest levels of public trust we have ever seen. Indeed, only 12% of people trust political parties, and there's a corrosive view that politicians are all in it for themselves. Indeed, the issue has become so severe that I argue the very integrity of our political system is under serious threat. And our constituents will not cast their vote if they do not believe that their vote makes a difference. And without voting, of course, they lose their stake in our politics. And who can blame them? For far too long, successive governments have failed to act on political finance reform, leaving our system vulnerable to exploitation by those who seek to subvert our much-cherished democracy. Now, I recently had the pleasure of meeting the Electoral Commission. They have warned that significant loopholes in our political finance laws allow money of unknown origin and potentially foreign influence to infiltrate British politics. Independent scrutiny bodies, including the Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Committee and the Committee on Standards and Public Life, have repeatedly warned about the risks posed by opaque political donations. So that's why we desperately need what I hope will be a forthcoming elections bill. And in her response, may I urge the Minister to provide a clear timeline for that piece of legislation. We desperately need to close loopholes, empower regulators, and protect our democratic institutions from foreign influence. Yes, I will do.
Following his line of thought will mean that Northern Ireland needs to be part of that new legislative ruling that he's looking for. And does he agree that we must all be subject to the same rules in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution. I agree that we do need to move across the entirety of the United Kingdom to clean up our politics. Time waits for no person, and so we must act now. And with that in mind, I would like to propose 5 key reforms I would gently ask the Minister to consider. First, and most importantly, the campaigning organisation Spotlight on Corruption has called for Know Your Donor checks, which would legally require political parties to conduct thorough checks on the source of donations. If a donor's origins cannot be verified, that donation should be rejected outright. And as a former compliance professional for more than a decade myself, I know that such checks can be proportionate and risk-based, avoiding excessive administrative burdens. This approach aligns with anti-money laundering practices already established in the private sector and mirrors existing requirements in the charity sector as well. So if charities must conduct due diligence on their donors, why should political parties be exempt? Second, I would like to ask the Minister whether she has considered reducing the donation reporting thresholds to bring more donations into light. Coupled with the Know Your Donor checks, I think this will improve scrutiny and also put off lower value donations from dubious sources. Third, the glaring loophole around shell companies. Under current rules, companies that have never turned a profit in the UK can still donate to political parties. This is an obvious weakness for potential foreign influence, and I've yet to hear a convincing argument as to why this is permitted. The solution here is simple. The government should mandate that a UK-registered company can only donate from the UK profits it makes. To me, that seems a principle we can all get behind and which would go a long way to protecting our much cherished democracy. Fourth, and we've already heard it today, the role of unincorporated associations, which provide a potential trap door for dark money entering our politics. Currently, candidates are not required to verify the ultimate source of donations received through these associations, thus effectively creating opaque slush funds. Forcing unincorporated associations to conduct better checks on the sources of the original donations would very quickly put an end to this risk. And fifth, despite the current political financing laws being riddled with loopholes, they're not even enforced properly. The Tories neutered the Electoral Commission and stripped it of its independence in the Elections Act in 2022. So what better way to return politics to service than by equipping the Commission to hold all parties, including my own, to account? We could start by increasing its capacity for deterrence, by putting up its fining powers. And in this era of plutocrat donors, the current paltry fines the Electoral Commission can impose are hardly going to put wrongdoers off. As I understand it, enhancements to the regime there would not even require primary legislation. This is an existential issue for our politics. It's not about one person, one party, one donor, or even one jurisdiction. And Transparency International UK has found that between 2001 and 2024, nearly £115 million in political donations came from unknown or questionable sources. 1 in every £10 donated to political parties has an unclear origin. Reflect on that for a moment. 1 in 10. That's simply unacceptable. Now, the early signs are positive, and I would like to thank the Minister for her engagement with myself and colleagues on this matter already. It demonstrates, I believe, that the government understands why today's debate is crucial. But failing to act sends a dangerous message that British democracy is for sale. We cannot and we must not allow that to happen.
Yarrow Ali.
Thank you very much, Ms Harrison. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship. I'll start by saying that I am proud to declare my membership of Unite the Union. I refer to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests for support I receive from other unions, because trade union money is the cleanest money in politics, and we know exactly where it comes from. Now, we all know the saying, money is power, and I would hope none of us are naive enough to think this doesn't apply to the UK. If we want to create a democratic system where everyone's vote has equal value, then we need strong protections in place to prevent the very richest individuals in our society from warping our democracy. And as you've heard today, clearly we are not the worst in the world. I actually remember on a visit that I took with you, Ms Harris, on international delegation, speaking to another member of parliament from another country, which I won't name. And we got talking about election spending limits for individual candidates. So I told them what it was in the UK, and they turned to me and said, what are you going to buy with that? And just because we're not as bad as some doesn't mean that we can't do better. And we have to do better because public confidence in the financial transparency of our system has plummeted. Just 15% of Brits surveyed by the Electoral Commission last year believed that spending and funding is transparent in our system. Sadly, the evidence shows this is a problem of trust, as big money continues to have a corrosive influence on our politics. The last government, as you've heard, stripped the Electoral Commission of its ability to prosecute criminal offences and placed it under ministerial control, hardly impartial. And as well as manoeuvring the electoral system further in their favour, the last government also quietly passed a statutory instrument to raise campaign spending limits. National election spending caps rose by 80%, and the amount of money that an individual can donate to a party without declaring who donated it rose from £7,500 to £11,180. I'm sure some members there will be some members who think that there's nothing wrong with very wealthy people putting their money behind a party that reflects their principles, but why then should we not know who they are? I think we have to be a little more clear-sighted about the reality. Firstly, because of the size and scale of these donations, and secondly, because if you follow the money, you notice a pattern of some people suspiciously changing teams whenever we're about to see a changing of the guard. It would be naive to suggest that large donors are doing this purely out of the goodness of their own hearts. I, as others have already mentioned, was alarmed too to read about the recent report from Transparency International, which found that 10% of all UK political donations originate from dubious sources. This is because it suited the last government to allow front companies set up for the sole purpose of laundering money. I was unsurprised to read that 2/3 of this dark money went to the Conservative Party. And whilst I'm pleased that my own party in government has introduced the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, I was concerned of reports that we may have not moved further on plans to ban any foreign political donations. This shouldn't be a left or right issue. It just has to be based on the idea that every vote is worth the same. And it goes without saying that people like the owner of the social media website that I will only ever call Twitter, who is not even registered to vote in the UK, doesn't own companies incorporated in the UK, and who invariably avoids paying his full share of tax in the UK, should not be free to throw money at our politics. But here we are. The wealthiest man in the world could conceivably shower huge sums on any party that will help him advance his divide and rule politics designed to protect his vast wealth. This exemplifies why we need to get big money out of our politics and protect it from the undue influence of the super rich. Now, the Institute for Public Policy Research has recommended that individual and corporate donations to political parties are capped at $100,000 a year. I think this seems like a modest starting point, and we need a crackdown on dark money entering via shell companies that have never turned a profit in the UK and through unincorporated associations with no legal requirement to disclose their funders. We should also reinstate the Electoral Commission's ability to monitor and prosecute offences and put the resources it needs behind this. Nothing you haven't heard already today. And I would also like to see my government go back to revisiting the proposals that individuals are registered donors, registered electors and companies who donate, and those are people who are owned by people who live in Britain and actually pay their fair share of tax here. That's extremely important. Political funding is not the only way the very rich are able to exert undue influence. However, it is the most obvious place where we can take a decisive action now. And after a decade in which billionaire donors more than trebled their wealth and working people saw the biggest pay squeeze since the Napoleonic War, we absolutely need change. Thank you.
Dr. Simon Orfer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also can I thank the member from North Ayrshire for bringing this debate, and also Mr Stone, who has brought it, started the petition and brought this debate. And can I also say to parliamentarians, these have been really excellent speeches today. I've actually really enjoyed listening to them, so thank you for that. I'd also like to thank the 235 people in Stroud who have signed this petition, and many more actually who have emailed me about their worries about political donations. And actually, I spent a lot of the last 2 years knocking on doors, and the most common theme is you're all the same and you're all corrupt, and the lack of trust in politics was very alarming, and it's something that we really, as parliamentarians on all sides, need to be aware of. So I'd like to just talk very briefly about two issues, about the actual financing of political parties and also a little bit about lobbying as well. So in terms of, in Stroud, we were supplied with a PPE contract from a Tory councillor, and this was 85% faulty. And so people on the front line were left with faulty ways. And we all wonder, we don't know, why that contract was issued. But I would also say that something like £93 million has been donated to political parties. 2/3 of that is by 19 individuals in this country. Is it fair in a democracy that we have so much power in so few people? So that's something also that we need to aware. And as many of you have been saying, the external foreign donations is actually, I think, what brought this debate to a head, because we're all extremely alarmed by stories of hundreds of millions of pounds going to certain political parties. So I won't talk very long because we've had so many excellent speeches, but I would say, firstly, should we question whether donations is actually a good system to run our politics on in the first place. Secondly, I would say know your donor, as my honourable friend has just said, is incredibly important. We must vet those donors and make sure that the money is coming from a fair place. We need to look at all overseas donors. I would say we need to ban any overseas donors to our political parties. And I also believe on a cap on any political donations, if you're going to have political donations in the first place. 100,000 seems rather generous to me. I think we should bring that down. And then very briefly, I just wanted to talk about the influence of lobbying. It came as a slight shock to me when I became a politician. I've been a medic all my life, and if we have any sort of any influence from pharmaceutical companies, we totally ignore that evidence. And yet, as politicians, we allow lobbyists to come and talk to us. I was even on a platform talking about obesity, and on that platform there was someone from Sainsbury's supermarket. Is that right that we allow people to influence our policy in that way? Certainly, yes, certainly.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving me, because I think he does hit on a very important point here. It's up to us all, surely, though, to judge the value of what we are being told by any particular lobbyist. And, you know, listening to constituents lobby us all the time, it's not necessarily a bad thing. What is bad is the lack of transparency, and the lack of transparency, not just the lobbying of government, of parliamentarians, but also people in government at an official level. Would you agree with me that a much more transparent, open registration of lobbyists would be a big step forward?
Yes, and I thank my honourable friend for bringing up that point. And I think the lack of transparency is key. And I note that in 2023, oil and gas lobby spoke to Tory MP on average 1.4 times per day. And is it really any wonder that they are now stepping back from their commitment to net zero? And that sort of influence we must stop in Parliament. We must take the evidence and make the right responses. So I'd just like to finish by we must restore our trust in politics, and we must reform how donations are made. I would suggest that we look at the whole system of party political funding and restore the faith in politics. Thank you.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start just by taking stock of where we are as a country. We're in a particular moment of British history where, frankly, the Conservative government that this Labour government replaced has done a number in this country in two ways. The first, as we've heard from honourable colleagues, is the way in which our electoral and our political system has been diminished in order that, for instance, the Electoral Commission has got less teeth, but also, frankly, in terms of the hopelessness that vast swathes of our country feel. When I knocked on doors over the last 2 years, I began to feel that the opposition was not, in fact, the Conservative Party, but hopelessness. Whether it was the tearing apart of the fabric of our society, the underfunding of our public services, people have been cast adrift, and they are increasingly unconfident about the ability of democracy to fix our problems, which is why, of course, this government fixing these problems is so important. We also sit within a particular moment in world history, and that moment is one of democratic backsliding. It's one of the rise of authoritarianism. It's of populism and misinformation. So if we as a country do not fix our rules around political donations, if we don't fix our electoral and political system, we as a leading Western democracy are not going to be able to contribute to the survival of democracy in this world moment, at a time when we see it under such significant challenge. So we have to get it right for our own people, but we have to get it right too for the democracies of the world. And I think it's important, therefore, that the government was elected on a manifesto commitment to protect democracy by strengthening the rules on donations. I think it's important that the Prime Minister has said that he wishes to protect democracy from the threat of interference. And I think it's right that the government is saying that we need to move further and faster to protect our elections and our national security against foreign interference. That means shoring up, and it means shielding the integrity of our democracy and our institutions, which has been made vulnerable to foreign actors by some of the changes that we heard about from the previous government. And I think we also need to reflect on the fact that we're seeing in this world moment a particular join, a particular intersection. And this is between the wealth that can sway elections, it's between the concentration of wealth in the hands of a small number of people globally who happen to be tech billionaires, and the fact that these wealthy men are foreigners to our country. But if they were to get engaged in our politics under the current system, could sway our election through donations, but also through their use of technology and communication channels. And that's particularly important because we are seeing these two challenges being around the use of the online space to spread misinformation, the role of AI, the role of hacks, but also that question about donations and funding of political parties, candidates and agendas. Now, some of these tech billionaires, we will know their names. They're Jeff Bezos, they're Mark Zuckerberg, they're Larry Ellison, they're Bill Gates, they're Sergey Brin. They're also, as we all know, Elon Musk. And I talk about Elon Musk here for illustrative purposes, rather than just to single him out as an individual. Any of those individuals that I've just mentioned could use their tech wealth to be involved in the political activities of this country. But as I saw when I went to Queen's Park Infant Academy, and I was speaking with some of the younger people there, they are concerned about foreign donations in our country, into our political system. And one young person said to me, "What do you make of Elon Musk?" And when you don't know quite what to say, you flip the question back. And you say I said to the child, "Well, what do you make?" And her answer was absolutely pitch perfect. She said, "Why is a South African-born person who lives in the United States and who has funded a presidential election there and is now part of the US government threatening to get involved in UK politics? I can't even have a say in UK politics." And I think that's quite an interesting point that she makes there. And I want to thank her for making it. Now, Elon Musk, of course, cannot legally make a donation personally to a British political party, but he could go through UK subsidiaries of his companies, and we ought to be worried about that. He has suggested that he could donate significant sums of money to a political party in the UK. My concern is not who he chooses to give that money to. I wouldn't want his money coming to the Labour Party. My concern is about his ability to give that money under present rules and the influence that that could buy, and that we have to be concerned about. There's a second point to this, really, which is because we have a prevalence of wealth among tech billionaires who may be getting involved in the political system of our country. These are individuals who also have control over platforms like X and like Starlink in the case of Elon Musk. It gives him significant control over access to information, but also the integrity of that information on these channels. For instance, with Ukraine, he's made on-again, off-again threats to end Starlink support for Ukraine. With X, we know that he's removed content moderation, and as a consequence, we've seen that site become a den, a haven for misinformation and populist rhetoric. So I think we need to think here not just about donations and who donates, but also what power they have in the ability to influence agendas through their control over tech and social media channels. And this isn't just dangerous within a democracy, but as I was saying earlier, it's dangerous on a world stage. Elon Musk might be talking about funding one political party in the UK. He could, of course, fund parties around the world if their electoral laws allow. It's not just about his particular view of one particular party in this country. It's about his view of particular agendas. And here I will mention his endorsement of AfD in Germany. So how do we go about toughening up the rules? I believe there are three things that we can do. The first is to close the loopholes and ensure that when companies make their profits in the UK for 2 years, they are able to make donations, but no other time. And also to introduce a requirement for political parties to know their donor and identify the true source of donor funds. Secondly, I think we need to have a tough deterrent for those who break the rules, because frankly, if Elon Musk were to become actively involved in financing UK political parties, and he were to breach election law, the maximum fine that the Electoral Commission could levy is £20,000. To a man who is worth £263 billion, I don't think he's going to be very concerned about £20,000. And then I think the third thing that we need to be looking at is closing a loophole in our donation system that allows donations from shell companies that have never even made a profit in the UK. Often companies who have chosen to be in shell companies because they don't want to contribute tax towards our welfare system to fund the schools and the hospitals that many of our voters depend upon. And when asked what are their main priorities, they say the improvement of. So I want to close with your permission, Chair, by saying that we need to be strengthening democracy by the strengthening of our rules around donations. We need to be really conscious of the threat to democracy in our UK and around the world from the concentration of wealth in tech billionaires who often have narrow agendas. And we need to be especially conscious of the capacity of those billionaires not just to fund our politics, but also distort it through the communication channels that they have.
Thank you, Ms Harris. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship. Firstly, I draw attention to the entry in my register of interest regarding donations to my election campaign and through my local Labour Party. Often with debates like this, we look at our political system and there's a preoccupation with the form of democratic system. Debates about our voting system or whether we should have a second chamber. Important as they are, they can often dominate the discourse. The internal mechanisms of democratic political systems are important, but we also need to examine and discuss the relationship of those internal mechanisms with external actors, with those relationships between external actors and the political and electoral systems in which we operate. This is why I welcome my honourable friend, the member for North Ayrshire and Arran, moving the motion to debate this issue, and I'm grateful to the petitioners for bringing the matter before us. At the general election, I stood on a manifesto which pledged to protect democracy by strengthening the rules around donations to political parties. I take that commitment seriously. The effective regulation of political finance is, in my view, crucial for maintaining public trust in our electoral systems across the UK. As has already been mentioned, under current legislation, any company registered and conducting business in the UK is a permissible donor to a political party operating in Great Britain. It is therefore possible for money from foreign sources to enter our politics via donations from UK companies. This undermines the credibility of our political system and gives a greater scope for a further decline in trust in our political system. It leads to a situation that means in practice or perception, the interest of these foreign groups or individuals are seen to have influence in our political system through their funding. Take just one point in this debate, which is the matter of accountability and deterrence. Through foreign donations to political parties and other campaigners are illegal, current legislation fails to act as a sufficient deterrent. There is an often quoted behavioural study of daycare centres. Apologies, Chair, I will cite it again, which sheds light on this issue. In the study, parents who arrived late to pick up their children were fined. But instead of in reducing lateness, the number of late pickups actually increased. Understandably, the parents began treating the fine as a fee for extra childcare, seeing it as an acceptable trade-off rather than a punishment. We face a similar risk in our political donation system. Under current rules, the electoral system can issue fines of up to £20,000 for breaches. However, for a political party that can spend millions of pounds on a campaign, this amount may be seen as a small price to pay for breaking the rules. It becomes less of a deterrent and more like an operational cost, just as the daycare fine became the cost of convenience. If we are serious about protecting the integrity of our electoral system, we must ensure that penalties are strong enough to truly deter illegal behaviour, not just seen as a fee to be factored into campaign budgets. As mentioned by the Honourable Member for North Ayrshire and Arran, the Committee on Public and Standards in Public Life agrees and suggests that maximum fine should be 4% of a campaign's total spend or £500,000, whichever is higher. Without sharper teeth in our regulations, we risk allowing those with deeper pockets to buy an unfair advantage, undermining the very principles of democracy. I therefore support the government's intention to strengthen the rules around donations to political parties to protect our democracy and uphold the integrity of elections. I understand that they will be published in due course, but I urge the government to do it as quickly as possible. While the current rules remain in place, the potential for abuse remains evident. The Electoral Commission stated in January this year that it would use its expertise and experience regulating the political finance regime to help ensure any changes are workable and evidence-based. Any proposals to change the rules around donation should be properly scrutinised and debated before becoming law. Chair, to conclude, I look forward to this debate continuing when said changes in electoral law are put before the House. To maintain public trust in our electoral system, these rules must be strengthened. It is upon all of us in this place to increase engagement of people with the political process. But in order to develop that engagement, promote transparency, we need to build trust. One way we can build that trust is to take action on rules around political donations.
I now call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Manuela Portiguela.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship, and I also want to refer the House to my register of interest. Thank you to the Honourable Member for North Ayrshire and Arran for opening this debate, and thank you to the petitioners for bringing to Parliament this important petition warning of the corrosion of trust between elected politicians and voters, and warning of the vulnerability of our political finance system. I was proud to bring forward a 10-minute rule bill on political donations last month, and I'm pleased that members from across the House are continuing to shine a light on this important issue. I hope today's debate has further encouraged the government to take political finance reform seriously and give it the priority it deserves. Today's debate has made one thing very clear. There is growing agreement across this House that our system of political donations is in urgent need of reform. We must act to restore public trust in our democracy, and that means protecting it from undue influence, whether foreign or domestic. For too long, our political finance rules have lagged behind the reality of modern campaigning. The result? A system that concentrates too much power in too few hands, while many voters feel increasingly unheard. Politics should be for everyone, not just the super rich. The Liberal Democrats would introduce a cap on political donations and close the loopholes that continue to allow foreign money into our system. Because our current rules leave the door dangerously open to influence from sources that don't always reflect the values or the interest of the British people, as my honourable friend for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross has rightly observed. We believe every voice should count equally. That's the only way we can ensure that it's the people of this country, not billionaires, not oligarchs, not corporate lobbyists, who decide our future at the ballot box. And we have heard very good points from the honourable member for Stroud and my honourable friend for Orkney Shetland about the lack of transparency in lobbying. Trust in politics is faltering. A recent poll showed that more than 2/3 of the British public support a cap on political donations. The case for change is clear, and the public knows it. It's time the government caught up. Under the current rules, there is still no limit on how much a single person or company can donate. And despite years of warnings, loopholes in our political finance laws remain wide open. These weaknesses have allowed foreign actors to funnel money into our politics through opaque networks and UK registered companies. Successive governments have failed to act. Now, this new government has a real opportunity to deliver meaningful political finance reform, to safeguard our democracy, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister on what steps will be taken to ensure fairness and transparency. Public participation in politics is worryingly low, and why wouldn't it be when so many people feel their voices don't count, that decisions are made in private boardrooms, not public debates? As public servants, we have a duty to change that. And we can start by strengthening the integrity of our political system. But this isn't just a question of fairness, it's a question of national security, as my honourable friend for Tewkesbury has explained. The malign Russian influence on one of the most important referendums in British history must be investigated as a matter of urgency. Our current rules leave our democracy exposed, whether through digital interference, shell companies, or strategic donations. Hostile actors have found ways to reach into our democratic process. As we heard, we've seen worrying headlines about foreign billionaires expressing interest in bankrolling political parties. And under our current rules, we are worryingly powerless to stop it, even when that money could distort public debate and undermine faith in our institutions. Britain has long taken pride in being a beacon of democracy, but pride alone is not enough. We need meaningful action from this government to protect what we value. Our political finance system is riddled with loopholes, and these are not minor technicalities. These are gaping vulnerabilities that can be and have been exploited. If we're serious about protecting our democracy, we must introduce a fair and proportionate cap on political donations, and we must close the blatant loopholes which allow foreign money to flow unrestricted into our politics. These are not radical ideas. These are overdue reforms backed by a broad public consensus. In conclusion, Madam Chair, Our politics must serve the British people, not the privileged few. Every citizen deserves an equal voice, and protecting our democracy from undue influence is the test of our commitment to that principle. Let's act now. Let's introduce fair caps, close the loopholes, and give our constituents the confidence that their votes matter just as much as anyone else's. Because if we want to restore faith in our democracy, we must show that it truly belongs to the people. Thank you.
Shadow Minister David Simmons.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms Harris. This is the second time in a few weeks that we've debated this issue, and I'm aware that we are likely to be interrupted very shortly for multiple votes, but I'll do my best to make some progress in responding to the many and varied points that have been made. The debate about political financing always feels like one of those equal opportunities debates, in that we can all find something in other political parties' financial arrangements that we would like to criticise and call into question. However, the high degree of commitment that is shown cross-party, and the fact that governments of all parties over the years have passed legislation with a view to ensuring that there is a high degree of security in political financing in the UK, is, I think, a demonstration of the fact that our politics on the whole, and by any international comparison, is pretty clean. That is not to say that there are not a number of points which members have raised and which have been widely debated, which it is worth us considering, and I know that the government is already engaged in the process of looking at that. The first point, Ms Harris, which I think is important to highlight, is that foreign donations to political parties in the UK are already illegal. Foreign citizens who are channeling their own money through UK sources, that is also illegal. And although we've heard a great deal of political debate prompted by Mr Musk and his comments about donations, it's also clear that if a UK company acted as an agent for a donation by a foreign company, that would be an impermissible donation under current laws. And if a person or an organisation makes a donation on behalf of another without disclosing who it is that that donation is from, that is also against our laws as they currently stand. So the key thing is to make sure that we have effective measures in place for the enforcement of those rules. Now, a number of members have made reference to the role of the Electoral Commission. I think it's important that we reflect that more recent legislation is based upon the original Political Parties and Referendum Act 2000, passed by the last government. And I would draw the attention of members who've criticised more recent legislative developments to the words of the Labour Minister, who said the following as that legislation was passing through the House. He said, in respect of the committee which designed it, the Neil Committee made clear its view that prosecutions in respect of breaches of the law relating to controls on donations and election expenses should be placed in the hands of the Director of Public Prosecutions and should not be the concern of the Commission. The Commission does not have that power. The Commission will be an enforcement authority, but not a prosecuting authority. Now, it's clear there'd been some drift over time, whereby there was a lack of clarity as to who was responsible. And in particular, given the very significant civil penalties which can be levied by the Commission, it was clear that there was a requirement for absolute clarity, that prosecutions for breaches of the law were a matter for the police and the Crown Prosecution Service, given that any objection to those would likely end in a judicial review anyway. And that is something which I think all members should welcome in terms of bringing clarity to the process. So I have, Ms Harris, a few brief questions which I would like to put to the Minister, and they will reflect what we debated previously on the floor of the House. Firstly, it is very clear that, contrary to the points that have been made, a number of points, taxation has never been a basis for suffrage in the UK, and we have a number of situations which have been clarified in recent case law. Students, for example, are exempt from paying council tax, but nonetheless have a vote in local elections where they reside. There are expats from the UK who have paid no taxes for a long period of time, but who have the right to vote. Others who pay significant UK taxes on investments, pensions and other assets held in the UK who have not had a vote. So it is important to recognise that those who pay taxes in the UK do still have a significant connection to this country, but it is not the only basis on which people may exercise that vote. So the last government in the previous Parliament made a commitment during the passage of the National Security Bill to enhance powers so that regulators, law enforcement and security services could share information with political parties. Now, that was designed in part to help avoiding a repeat of the situation where the Labour Party found itself taking £700,000 from Chinese spies. I'd like to ask the Minister, will she commit to ensuring that those commitments are delivered on so that our political parties can access that information where risks are identified? Secondly, will the Minister close the loophole that was created by the Welsh Labour government and the SNP Scottish government, which allows, for the first time, Russians, Chinese, Iranian citizens who are resident in Wales and Scotland to donate to UK-wide political parties and political campaigns, when those donations would otherwise be banned? I'd like to ask the Minister, will she tell us why China is not to be included in the enhanced tier of the Foreign Interest Registration Scheme? Now, I appreciate the government is seeking to enhance relationships with China. However, it does create a significant risk around foreign interference. I'd like to ask the Minister, will she say on the record, as she did in the House previously, that she accepts that UK politicians are low risk, that we know that although there are significant rules around the politically exposed persons agenda, which has had a significant impact cross-party on the ability of parliamentarians and their families to access financial services, that nonetheless that is not something which has materialised in any significant risk. And then finally, I'd like to ask the Minister, will she commit to ensure that there is the fullest possible consultation with all political parties and wider stakeholders on any plans for changes to political finance law? We know that it's been a long-standing precedent that when governments of any party seek to change political finance law, that they engage with the widest possible group of stakeholders. However, thus far, there's not been any discussions with the Parliamentary Parties Panel, no formal consultations with parties, or on Privy Council terms as to what those electoral changes may be. And it would be helpful for the Minister to confirm from the dispatch box, will she undertake that that will happen as it always has in the past. And finally, I think to address the concerns that many have set out, it is clear there is some need to reflect not just on the influence that political financial donations have, but as a number of members have highlighted, the impact of benefits in kind. For example, technology companies seeking to use algorithms hosted, based, written outside of the UK to nonetheless influence where the eyes of UK residents and voters fall when it comes to engaging with the political system. Now, I think we know that that is something which creates a significant risk, which needs to be addressed. And I'll conclude by saying thanks to the member for North Ayrshire and Arran for hosting this debate, and Ms Harris, a pleasure once again to serve under your chairmanship.
Minister Ali.
Thank you, Mrs Harris. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I want to start off by thanking my honourable friend, the member for North Ayrshire and Arran, for opening this debate, and also to extend my congratulations to Jeremy Stone for securing the petition and the large number of signatories who supported this petition. And it's great to see so many colleagues join this Westminster Hall debate, building on the previous debate we had on the floor of the House. We've heard many passionate and principled speeches today on a matter that should rightly concern all of us. They illustrate a shared desire to protect our democracy from those who would seek to disrupt it, and they help to illuminate our path forward on this vital agenda. Mrs Harris, we inherit a precious democracy forged through centuries of struggle and reform. From the Reform Act of 1832 that began addressing electoral inequalities to the Representation of the People's Act of 1918 and the 1928 and 28 that extended suffrage to all adults regardless of gender or property ownership, our democracy has continued to evolve. The government intends to continue that tradition by widening participation and extending the electoral franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds. Our democracy has also shown its resilience and ability to adapt to challenges over the years. When faced with concerns about undue influence in politics, Parliament has repeatedly risen to the occasion. The Political Parties Elections and Referendum Act of 2000 is a great example. This Act addressed the concerns held then around political funding and established our modern regulatory framework. The UK has shown its capacity to preserve the core principles of democracy as the world changes and new threats emerge. And today, as democracies all over the world confront the challenges of foreign interference, we must again be vigilant and take action to safeguard what is precious. Chair, foreign money has no place in the UK's political system, which is why the law is clear that foreign donations are not permitted. The only exception to this is for donations from certain Irish sources to Northern Irish political parties. This recognises the special place of Ireland in the political life and culture of Northern Ireland and is consistent with the principles set out in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Accepting or facilitating an illegitimate foreign donation is rightly a criminal offence. Political parties are required by law to take reasonable steps to verify the identity of a donor and whether they are permissible, and there are rules which safeguard against impermissible donations via proxies. And while it is clear that foreign donations to political parties and other campaigners are illegal, the government recognises the continued risk posed by actors who seek to interfere in our democratic process. The current rules no longer match the sophistication and perseverance of those who wish to undermine our laws. This threat must be addressed through stronger safeguards. That is why the government committed in its manifesto to strengthen the rules around donations to political parties, including enhanced safeguards against foreign donations. We are considering a series of new measures which would achieve this, such as enhanced checks by recipients of donations and tighter controls on donors, including more restrictions around company donations. Many honourable members have raised the notion of restricting the size of individual political donations. The government does not plan to introduce such restrictions as we are rightly focused on safeguards which protect against the threat of foreign interference. I mentioned at the start that we must protect what is hard-won. It is vital that those who play a crucial role in our democracy are able to fundraise effectively and communicate their ideas with the electorate. Those who do choose to participate in electoral campaigns must follow the strict accounting and transparency rules that apply to political donations and the strict spending limits of election campaigns. Honourable members have mentioned the important role that the Electoral Commission plays in the UK's democratic system as the regulator of political finance. A robust enforcement of political finance rules is crucial for promoting public confidence in our democratic system, as the democratic processes, ensuring their integrity and combating the threat of foreign interference. That is why we have also committed to reviewing the powers of the regulator to ensure it has the tools necessary to fulfil its duties. And I can assure members that we are carefully weighing evidence from stakeholders, including recommendations from the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, the Committee on Standards and Public Life, and the Electoral Commission. I also want to reiterate the point...
Order. The Chamber is now suspended for 15 minutes for the first vote and 10 minutes for every subsequent vote. Everyone who's spoken in today's debate is expected to return for the Minister's winding up and for the proposers winding up. Thank you. Order. The sitting is now resumed and we will continue with the Minister. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to sum up some of the contributions that colleagues made, and I'm particularly grateful to the speeches made by, of course, the honourable my honourable friend who opened the debate and the points she raised in her speech. Also the chair of the Petitions Committee for his contribution, the member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, the member for Penrith and Solway. I want to thank the honourable member for Tewkesbury for his contribution, as well as other honourable members. I hope I'm not missing colleagues out. The member for Bolton West for his contribution, as well as other honourable members. Some excellent contributions were made about some of the issues, outstanding issues that we need to address as a Parliament, as a government. My honourable friend, the member for Clapham and Brixton, the honourable member for Stroud, as well as the honourable member for Bournemouth East and Glasgow North, and of course the front bench spokespersons in their response. Chair, I hope that there were various questions raised in the debate, and I want to start off by addressing some of those. We recognise that in relation to specific issues to do with donations and in the debates that have come up, we recognise there's further work that needs to be done, and the government is concerned about a growing threat of foreign interference and is focused on ensuring we have systemic resilience and institutional strength, and of course any suspected breaches of rules are now or in the future will remain a matter for the Electoral Commission or the police. In relation to donations, a number of colleagues mentioned the point about donations from overseas electors. Overseas electors, the franchise change for British citizens living overseas came into effect, as is mentioned, on the 16th of January 2024, removing the 15-year limit on overseas citizens' voting rights. Overseas voters have the right to participate in UK parliamentary elections, and this includes the right to donate to parties or candidates they support. That foreign money is not permitted, and it is a criminal offence to facilitate an impermissible donation. Chair, the political parties can only accept donations from registered electors, and overseas electors are subject to the same counter-fraud measures as domestic electors, including having their identity confirmed as part of the registration process. Colleagues asked the question in relation to the 15-year rule. We have no plans to reintroduce the 15-year rule. A further question was raised about increasing the maximum fine which the Electoral Commission can impose for breaches of the political finance framework. As I stated in my earlier remarks, robust enforcement of political finance rules by the Electoral Commission is crucial for maintaining public trust in our electoral system. And that's why, as part of delivering on our commitment to strengthen the rules around political donations, we will, as I said, look at any changes that are necessary to ensure enforcement provides a clear deterrent against breaking the law whilst remaining proportionate. The question of the strategy and policy statement was raised. We recognise the Electoral Commission's role in playing that vital role in the UK's democratic system, promoting public confidence in the democratic process and ensuring its integrity. And this government is committed to strengthening our democracy and upholding the integrity of elections. The current strategy and policy statement does not reflect the government's priorities, and we will not be keeping the statement in its current form. Alongside our broader electoral reforms to strengthen democracy, we will be reflecting on what actions are necessary in relation to the statement in the coming months. Honourable members raised the issue around the safeguards against political donors being given favourable treatment on government contracts in relation to, for instance, PPE contracts. The Procurement Act strengthens the existing obligations in respect of conflicts of interest. Contracting authorities must take all reasonable steps to identify, mitigate and keep under review conflicts and potential conflicts of interest. And where a conflict of interest puts a supplier at an unfair advantage, and if steps to mitigate cannot avoid that advantage, the supplier must be excluded from that particular procurement. The question of foreign nationals and the being allowed to donate in UK elections came up. The electoral law ensures that only those with legitimate ties to the UK can donate. That includes people of varying nationalities who are established in the UK and are legitimately entitled to vote at certain elections, such as resident Commonwealth citizens. We are not proposing to renege that principle. Instead, we are focusing our efforts on the real risk of foreign interference coming from external actors with no such legitimate links. Chair, the other issue, a number of other issues were raised in relation to there was a reference to lobbying. The Lobbying Act of 2014 ensures there is transparency around meetings between ministers and external groups. When it comes to foreign influence, there are additional controls being implemented through the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, which will require those being directed by a foreign power to carry out or arrange for others to carry out political influence activities to register with the scheme. If there are other issues, I look forward to continuing discussions with colleagues, and I'm happy to follow up in writing if there are outstanding issues I haven't been able to address. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
For giving way. We were elected in the Labour Party on a manifesto which committed to giving 16 and 17-year-olds the vote, and earlier the Minister referred to this in her statement. Can she confirm that we will be giving 16 and 17-year-olds to vote and perhaps set out a timetable roughly for when that might happen?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. We have already set out in Parliament our plans, and before the summer recess we will be setting out a strategy in relation to what we intend to do, including, of course, legislation. I give way to the honourable member.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I'm delighted to hear that the government will be giving 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote. Could you tell me if the government intends to appropriately educate 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote? Thank you.
I shouldn't have allowed the first time. I certainly shouldn't have allowed the second. It is completely out of scope. Can we stick to the actual motion? Thank you.
Thank you. The honourable members have raised a number of issues. That particular point is, of course, important, and I have addressed it in other debates in Parliament. And I look forward to working with colleagues across parties on the subject matter we are debating today, as well as, of course, the broader democracy agenda. We are only going to get this work done well if we are able to work across parties as much as possible, that recognising, of course, there will be some differences. But I think we can all agree that if we want the next generation to be prepared and active in our democracy, we have to work together to make sure that we get this agenda right. Chair, in conclusion, I want to reiterate my commitment to working with colleagues on this very important agenda. The work to protect our democracy is a cross-cutting and UK-wide effort that extends beyond political finance regulation. Working with the intelligence agencies, the devolved governments, police and external partners, we remain vigilant against the full spectrum of threats, from cyber vulnerabilities to the spread of mis- and disinformation. Before the summer recess, we will publish a comprehensive document outlining the government's approach to electoral reform for this Parliament. Once again, I want to thank honourable members across the House for their contributions to this important debate. I believe we all want a robust, vibrant and representative democracy, and that means taking the necessary steps to ensure we safeguard ourselves against foreign interference and uphold the integrity of our elections. Thank you.
Irene Campbell to wind up.
Thank you, Ms Harris. It has been an honour to open and close this debate. Democracy should not be distorted by money from unclear and illegal sources, and foreign donations can lead to foreign interference. There are serious changes to be considered so that public confidence can once again be raised when it comes to the transparency of political parties, and I'm encouraged by the response on your progress, or on her progress with this. I would like to again thank Jeremy Stone, who started the petition and gathered over 140,000 signatures. His hard work has ensured that this conversation continues in Parliament and given the attention it deserves. I would also like to thank the staff in the Petitions Committee for their hard work in preparing for these debates that we in the Petitions Committee have the honour of opening and closing. And finally, I would like to thank the Electoral Commission, who I met in preparation for this debate, and the valuable briefings and information they gave me.
The question is that this House has considered E-petition 7070189 relating to the rules for political donations. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order. Mr Hayes, can I see you?